we are back. And what I'm gonna do real quick, cause just dawned on me something here, or after the last stream. This is my factory floor, and therefore these belts here are in the wrong spot. They should not be going down right here. So I'm gonna make a little adjustment to these real quick, provided I have the materials. Oh shit, okay. Alright, so what we're actually gonna do, here, go ahead, give me a wall. Oops. Duplicate mode, please. Send that across there. And send that across there. And this here is going to be the border. So go ahead, give me. Don't know how this is going to look or turn out, but we're going to find out. So it's best to do it now before I actually go full blown on production. Because right now we're just testing out belts and whatnot and getting things initially working. Alright, so this guy here. Alright, so actually go ahead and get these out of the way first. And do not destroy anything back there. We get rid of that. That. And that. Okay. Nope, almost did it again. Here. Over this way. Alright, so this guy here is running that line there. Okay. Excuse me. This guy here is running center line. Oh, come on. Oh, you bastard, too long. That's fine. All right. And then get rid of that and get rid of that. Then this guy here. I know you're not too long. All right. All right, so then careful. All right, so this guy here is going to do this, come down to roughly there. That should be, you know, that connection should be fine. Nothing special. This is the one I'm not 100% sure on how this is gonna look. Alright, so I'm gonna need to do some sort of I'm gonna need to do a little bit of tweaking on this one, because we will not have our belts clipping through that. So we'll do this one's gonna fight me. Ah. Okay. And then this guy over here, excuse me, go ahead and have him drop down to the same level. And so that is right on line with that, so right there. And then he's going to come over here, but because he's going over further, he can actually do the full turn like so. All right. And of course, we will defy physics and get rid of the poles. All right. So now this way, it doesn't actually appear on the main factory floor and gets run underneath like everything else. All right. That's good. Second thing we're going to do, let me see here. Do I got? Well, one, get rid of that, those leaves, and go ahead and get rid of that copper ore because it's not really going to hurt. Let's see. We'll keep that though. I don't. Yeah, I do. No, I do have quick wire. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and because these things here should have idled out upstairs. So we're going to go ahead and actually I just noticed I forgot to remove these. The first thing we're going to do is get rid of these here because they were just put there as an alignment tool of sorts. Yeah. All right, cool. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to actually have we're going to go ahead and hook up the. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Something ain't right with this belt. I can see it right here. That's gonna bug me. That little thing there is gonna bug the shit out of me. Son of a bitch. So close, but yet so far away. That one little bend. I mean, it has no actual impact on the thing working. It's just, unless absolutely necessary, I want my belts to have certain, that's center line. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I want my belts to have certain type of turns. If that's my, I guess my anal side, if you will. All right, so this guy here, they go just past the grate. All right, we're still straight here, right? Right. Now you can connect to that. All right. All right, cool. It's like this here, okay with because it's a spacing thing with some of the other belts and stuff like that. So I'm okay with that being crooked like that, but there was no reason for that one there to be goofy like that. And I was just gonna, seeing that and knowing that it was there, it would just drive me batty. All right, now what I need to do, if I can, is get out of here There we go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run legitimate factory power now. Right, so we're going to start with this guy here. I'm going to go ahead and kill this real quick, because this one here is just going to be putting up walls all around this to keep the smoke in, as actually it only gets to 2, and then we do the somewhat of a slightly angled roof, or we can just do a one extra on top. Go ahead and get rid of that thing. All right, so let's see, our power connection is on this side, and we're running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do I want to have... We're running 12. So we're going to have interior power poles in here. Let's go there. So in between group of 4, so that's 4, 1, 2. And we're running on this line here. 34, 1, 2, 34. All right, so we know this machine setup here is good. Belts are good, so I don't need to worry about coming back in here for anytime soon. Then we're going to do a double outlet. Excuse me. We'll put a double outlet right there. Actually, no, go ahead and go up higher. You can go up one higher. Because we're either gonna have, because if I go that route, so go on the lower one down from the top, because we're not putting a foundation on this. So you'll go there, and then you go there. And then I'm gonna basically surround this building with power, but not there. And then we'll put them pretty much the same spot on this side. And then in my corners. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about the refineries, because All right, so there's building power for that. So now what we'll do is put that guy up there. Well, you know what that reminds me of is like when you're a little kid and you got a baseball or something like that, and you go to throw it and you let go way too late and it goes flying the other direction. I don't know how it zooped to the other direction, but sometimes I wonder about this game. Alright, let's go ahead and remove that. That got thrown out there for no reason whatsoever. Alright. And then see, this is the part I'm not a fan of, and that's the design for the basic flat roof. Because you have an edge there that's got a black mark on it, the rest of it's gray. Unless you like put the roof down like that and then, you know, come back and see, I'm not a fan of how it looks, and I don't want to change this to a tar roof or the steel roof. So that's okay though. Anyhow, so wall 1 meter on that, 1 meter on that, normal basic right there. We'll go ahead and put a door. Yeah, we can put a door on this side. No, we can put a door on both sides. There's not really much room to, you know, well, you can float around, but we'll put a door on both sides, why not? So put a side door there and a side door there. So if I do need to get in there, I can get in there. All right, let's see. My 1 meter goes there and right there. And I suppose we could do the same thing on this side. Yeah, go ahead and we'll go ahead and put the side doors here again. Just because. Alright, so that'll keep the smoke from that one at bay. Now let's go over and do the same thing on this. And we're going to put a door in here. There'll be, we'll put the door right there in this one, just because. Now it can be a center door. Let's see here. All right, so this one here, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we're gonna do an actual, instead of a power pole like we did on the last one, we'll go ahead and use, we'll use the wall outlet on this one just because. But we will do wall power all the way around. Yeah, let's go down and get some more material. And then I gotta figure out where we're gonna feed power to that level at. Got a couple ideas in mind. What do I have in here right now? This is return to base stuff. Anything? Yeah, go throw that in there. And also, you know what? Before I get too far into this, oops. No, that's okay. Before we get too far into this, let me go to stations 6 and 7, I believe it is. Because for our coal, or excuse me, for our copper, we took from this guy here. Yeah, so 6 and 7. All right, this guy here, it's about to go out. We can just catch a ride with him, and we'll take him to 6. And then go double clock the pure copper on that. Then we'll go to 7 and double clock the pure copper on that one. Ah, bastard got the green light before I did. It's these initial first couple of tracks that things are slow, and then once they get past track 3, things typically speed up. Actually, I'm actually kind of surprised on how well this actually turned out. Sort of. I mean, it is the ugliest train ride in Satisfactory. That's 5. All right, so next stop, we hop. And if we're fast enough, we can catch the same train going back. All right, so gotta find which one's copper. Are you copper? Are you a copper? Are you? No, you're not. All right, so we're gonna double overclock him to get our 480, and then I don't know if we're gonna make it. I don't know if we're gonna catch this train again. All depends. Who's copper? Are you copper? No, damn it. I was going to try to catch the same train back. Yeah, it still seems weird to me that copper is the one that has this bluish tint to it. All right, so that'll double the rate of this. You know what, here, land on the, missed the belt. Here, get on the belt. Actually, you know what? I don't need to take the train back. Because we're close enough to this guy here, I can just go back on this. Oh, wait for me! No! Oh no! Bastard! Alright, anyhow. Fine, I'll just go the old-fashioned way. Alright, so now I got the extra quick wire I needed. Let's see if we can get on top of this. Come on, a little bit more juice. There you go. I think that's all I needed, right? Actually, shit. Might as well go down and get some iron rods too while we're at it. Because we are going to need them as well. Alright, so we were working on this guy over here, and we were putting on the power poles that go around the building. That's right. Alright, so this guy here, because we did that one, do the double in the corners, and I do that just because there's no corner outlet, and well, I like having power go all the way around it. All right, now take 4. Although I do really like these double outlets, you know. They only had like a double floor outlet, you know, that'd be nice. All right, so now we can go ahead and put the roof on this. Nope, not a flat roof. So we're gonna do a 1 meter roof. Alright, cool. And then let's go ahead and seal it up. 1 meter there and a 1 meter there. And then 1 meter there and a 1 meter there. Alright, so then these guys here don't need to go into they don't get their own room, neither do those. This guy here is not going to technically get his own room, but we are going to put a roof up to a certain level. What that level is, I haven't decided yet. We will figure that out here after this autosave. Oh yeah, looking at some of my stats, I have, this is actually quite amusing. 161 kilometers worth of belts going throughout all my various bases. Now there's probably a kilometer of belts in that little cluster right there. All right, so machine wise, the only machine we have not brought out yet is the blender. All right, so do I have enough to make a blender real quick? Let me go get a blender just so I can, just to see its height and how we want to do this. There's a couple different options we can do. Alright, so the blender requires heavy, aluminum, and the radio. Alright, so let me just figure out where we have that stuff at. Not there. Not there. There's aluminum. And hold on. There's computer. Oh, there's radio. And then I need heavy. There's heavy. Is that enough for one blender? Perfect. Okay. So we're just gonna put a blender up by the refinery just so I can kind of get a measurement of sorts of how we want to do the walling off of this. All right, so just go throw a blender right here for now. Oh, okay, fine. I will fill this in just so you're happy. All right, now give me a blender, please. All right, so and go ahead and give me a wall here. All right, so let's take a look. We'll just send random foundations over to see how now that's a possibility. Then again, the blender, I don't recall the blender ever actually having a mass amount of smoke coming out of it. All right, so now for this guy here, because I'd almost prefer not to, I don't know, I'd almost prefer not to have the blender cut in half. We'll play that one by ear. All right, but for the refinery though, we are definitely gonna do something on this. I mean, the smoke isn't all that bad from the refinery, but still, you know, you can't have all that smoke coming back into the factory, right? So we could cut the refinery off there. Let me just see what that cutoff looks like. Right, now let's go up actually one more level. Because this here is fine for the smokestacks. You know, we can go, I think, that high. Yeah, okay, so that will be our, this will be our factory height over here. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so that puts the power just under the roof, which is good. All right, so the blenders, we'll leave the blenders as is. The refineries, we're gonna cut it off right at the top of the smokestack and vent. Actually, I can go get rid of the blender too. Alright. The whole purpose of determining this is it's going to help me with power, in that I now know at what height these guys are, and I can basically have refineries connected to power at the ceiling. Alright, so I'll take care of those, and then also what that allows us to do is, see, where's the valve at? The valves were being fed power from the far side. So what we can do now is right here, what we will do is put a double outlet on this seam here. And I'm just want to we can go to that level in here. Excuse me. Now, the question I gotta well, here's the deal. If I'm going to do this, then that tells me that's going to be the top of my factory, or at least over here. So now, you know, we're gonna go with foundation, just because if I do need to build more factory on top, you know, I can easily avoid this area here. And I'm not building a factory on top of a roof. Now what I could do, in theory, is build a roof that squares off with these refineries here. We can play that by ear later, but for the time being, we'll just go with that. All right, so what's going to happen now, because here's the deal. If I don't want, no, I don't know. No, we're good. We're good. So we're running this seam here. All right, so this guy here will attach to that. Okay, so that gives us power up to the top here. And then let's go ahead and take a wall over that way, because this wall here can also drop power into that building, drop power into the power line here once I get that set up. Go ahead and wipe that off. Go ahead and wipe that off. And this will also let me get rid of a whole bunch of damn floating poles. I'm going to just square this off for the moment. And like I said, if need be, I can come back later and we'll change it to an actual roof like that. All right, so we're gonna put, see, we got 3 refineries here. I'm just gonna have all 3 of you guys actually go ahead and give me 1 more foundation line. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put a power outlet right that's not, I'm gonna try the right power outlet here. I'm gonna put a power outlet right there. And you, no, not that. Now, only if that actually worked for power. It's touching. That should work, right? All right. So those 2 are tied to that, and then I'll have a central connection over there. And then for these 6, I'll have them. I can technically have them share 1. Hey, appreciate the follow. Thank you. So we'll put this power. We'll put it on that seam there. All right, then that's on that seam. So go ahead and put that, and right there. This guy here is on that seam, right there. And have this guy all tie all the way over to here. That should bring that. I knew he was going to do that. I knew it. All right, that should bring the refineries back online, right? I can't tell because it's up here. All right, so they're green again. All right, so that means they've got power. All right, so now let's go ahead and rerun the power in this area so it's a cleaner power. All right, so we got, how many we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so go ahead and get rid of that power. Go ahead and get rid of that. I'm gonna have it power connection, center line in between there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, center line, right there. And then same thing over here. Put it on the center line there. And put you on the center line there. All right, now get you guys up to that. And have you guys hook up to that. Get rid of this pole here because that's, go ahead and get rid of that guy. And go ahead and get rid of that guy because those are just poles that I can use to float around with. Tie you over to this, and then you can go into that. We haven't connected this building to power yet, but that we will here shortly. Tie you to that. All right, I'm gonna tie you over to this guy here, and I'm gonna have you out of that building there. Okay, so once I get this building connected, the other ones will come online. Now for this cluster of mess, right. All right, so y'all, let's see, your power, we can go either way on this. Actually, you know what? So how many do we have here? 1, 2, we have 24. All right, this is how we're gonna do this. Let's go. Yeah, we'll do it that way, screw it. That's on the 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Three, 1, 2. All right. So now the thing about this is the power either has to go, it's going to be fed from one of two directions. But I can't have this. Let's upgrade these poles. How about that? You know what? Let me think here for a second. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it looks, and then you can change it if because that's the beauty of this game. You can always change it. But yeah, they can only be the power feed's gonna go one of two directions, just because. Actually, you know what? What do I need for this? Because those are actually easy to make. I've got plenty of those, or I've got plenty of the material I need for that. I wouldn't necessarily change what I'm doing here, but what it would do is it would allow, yeah. So you know what? Let's get some material to upgrade that. So it's high-speed connectors, and I don't think I brought any high-speed connectors with me. Right. Pipes, plenty of. Rubber, I got enough of, but I don't think I got high-speed connectors on me. Although I did bring a stack, but I don't remember what I brought them for. Was those for the drones? Let me see here. Because we're going to be building out 3 drone bays. So that'll take up 60. And then... Okay, yeah, so we got enough room. Or, enough room. We gotta... Here, take 20 of these. And then take some rubber, and pipes were down here somewhere. Yeah, go ahead and take a stack of pipes. We're not going to upgrade all of our things to Mark III, but we will upgrade this one little section we're building right now, just because of how we're running it. And that actually makes it taller too. Interesting. All right. So that there will allow us to, what do you call it? String the Okay, so I got. Okay, you're good. This will allow me to string. What the hell? Oh, string the power poles together. All this. It could only go one direction with them, and actually, I wouldn't actually. If I would have even tied two Mark IIs together, I wouldn't be able to do anything else with it because that would have been 7 and 7. So, yeah, this works. Because now I can tie these guys down the center. Not like it's needed, but all right, and then it's gonna give me a wall. Continue building the wall over here. Eventually we we'll have a power outlet here on this wall. That guy there. We'll do that. And then we'll tie into have it no, go that route. That's fine. All right, so you can see the yellow lights there, so that's good. All right, go ahead, and I don't know if that's gonna be long enough, but we'll find out. Okay, cool. All right, so lights are good there, lights are good there, lights are good in here, and let me just swing into the first foundry. Okay, lights good there, and the fact that I got lights here tells me I should be good in here, but I'm just swinging in here just to take a look. All right, so we have powered all of our current machines. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna clean up some of these floating poles because don't need them. We will keep you. Actually, you're being fed from. Actually, where the hell are you going to? You're going down there. Okay, so I don't need you. We'll go ahead and tap you onto that. Actually, you know what? Because this is just for floating purposes. Go ahead and tap off that outside one. Alright, so keep those back there so I can float. Don't need these guys here because I'll be getting power from these guys here. Will help give me power along with these buildings here now. So we're just going to clean some of these up. Go ahead and tie you to that. Just go ahead and tie you to that for a moment. But I don't need any power, any loose power poles in this area that are not used for production. All right. So I think I can put that guy. I can seal that up. Any other loose panels? Yeah. Let's seal that up. We can go ahead and seal that guy up. And okay, so this set here goes bye-bye. We'll connect you to that, as we will be extending our get carefully. very carefully get rid of these things here. Oh my god. Alright, I think that's all the loose poles, or my floating poles that were mixed in to this assembly area. Alright. So now, go ahead and connect you to this. And then let's go ahead and... Now comes the next fun area. This is where it's going to get really congested. Alright, so we're looking at doing 29 foundries. And so I'm thinking of doing, okay, essentially a 15, 14 layout, face to face, maybe. No, not face to face, because the output would exceed 780, so I can't do that. I mean, I can still do face to face. I just can't have them share the same belt. But I'm planning on having them be in 2 rows. So it's just a matter of, do they face one another or not? And let me just see here. All right, so we're gonna give ourselves a little room. So our foundry, actually, I gotta take into consideration how I'm going to split this as well. I'm going to treat this as a fifth. So we have 2 rows, essentially a 15. They'll be split like a 15, but splitting on a 15 isn't a clean split, so it's going to be treated like an 18. So I'll be looping back. I don't need to loop back because I'm overfeeding it. Although it wouldn't hurt to necessarily loop it back. But before I do that, I'm gonna grab me something to drink here real quick, so I'll be back in just a moment. All right. So the copper, because I'm going to be flooding the belts with copper ore, I'm not really worried about the precision splits for it. So I just need to make sure I have enough room for 1, 2, 3 sets of splits. Let me take a look down here at some of my other splitting here, just to gauge distance. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's just do this. So just put 3 of these down real quick. So all right, so this area here is enough for me to do my splitting, so I can go ahead and, because this is a set of foundries, we will be putting it in a wall just like before. Let's go ahead and put out wait, foundry, no, smelters, because we're just turning the copper ore into ingots. And turn you around, and we're gonna run it on center line, roughly there. Yeah, that'll work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. All right, so we're just gonna run a row of 15, because I don't really want to stretch these all the way down that way. So we'll do a second row. Do some more power over here so I can continue my floating. It's the second row that I'm trying to figure out what I want to do, and whether I wanted to face in or face back out, because we're going to be taking the ore from this, and that's going to go into a set of 19 assemblers eventually. Actually, the ore from this is going to go into 43 constructors, excuse me. Which that's going to be an interesting little setup in itself. Because I can't merge these. Well, I mean, I can merge 15 of them. Or the one row of 15, I can merge one row of 14, but I cannot merge them together in the end because that will exceed the belt limit. So I'm gonna try to think of how I want to split these between the go to the constructors. All right, so let me see here. Let me go ahead and just get these set up first. Because we may do, I don't know. We may do another sort of in row on this. All right, so each one of the, so this is a 30 in, 30 out, which is good. And the constructors, it's a 2 to 1. So for every, or 20 to 10, however you want to look at it. So for every 20 ingots, I make 10 sheets. So we're going to be making 430 sheets. Let me see something here. Come here, calculator. All right, so that there, 30. Be 120, 240, 240. So 8 to 6. So if I tied 4 here and 4 there, that would be 8. That would give me 240 out, which would be, so maybe we'll do something like that. So let me just put some stuff up here real quick. So there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. All right, so so 8 here. 240. Give me one of these real quick so I can, if I visually look at this, it'll help me actually think. So hold on. What? No, that math is off. What am I thinking? I need 430 copper sheets. No, that's right. So in order to get 400 copper sheets, we need 43 of these. Yeah, which is 29, yeah. That's right. Just trying to figure out three to two. So actually, so no, 60, a 2 to 3, 2 to 3. That's what it is. So 2 to 3. 2 to 3, which would be 4 to 6. All right. What I'm just trying to plan out is if I wanted to do a direct feed from this. So let me do something here. So 30. 29, and then I need 20s. And 20s are at 43. All right, so that, go to that. that. All right, I think I got an idea of how I want to lay this out, maybe. Just finish validating something here. Because it's going to be the last set that's going to be the odd man out, as it were. Yep. Go ahead and you can recycle colors, that's fine. As long as it's separated and I can see. All that matters. Okay, so the last one will be overfed. Okay, this is gonna be kind of goofy, but it'll work. All right, so what we're gonna do here. This is gonna be, well, par for the course for me. All right. So what we're gonna now here, well, we'll see. We're gonna have the smelters face each other, and give them enough room. Just, you know, give them that much room. All right. Now, quick test here. Hopefully this will... Alright, so... we're gonna move you just because... you know that ain't gonna work for me. Alright, so those guys will merge together. And then... they'll pop down there, and then and that'll be fine. All right, so that's how we're going to do it. Each pair, front and back, they will be feeding 3 assemblers, with the exception. So that'll be 28 pairs. This last guy here, he's all by him lonesome. He is going to feed a single assembler. Just because we're overflowing the stuff. I mean, I could technically add one more foundry in there, but it wouldn't really do us any good. Well, I mean, I could, because I mean, I've got enough ore. So we need, at a minimum, 427 sheets. Now, if I bumped it up to, if I did a 15 by 30, no, not 15 by 30. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, it's 30 by 30, excuse me. God bless. 30 by 30 gives us 900, which would, so that would be 30 foundries. I could go ahead and do 45 constructors, and that would give us, you know, 450 copper sheets. As a, yeah, we can do that. just to make it even. Screw it, because I'd rather overproduce. Because we're going to be overfeeding these by, this line here will be overfed by roughly 30 ore. All right, so that's what we'll do. Okay. So it's going to kind of be similar to how this is set up. I have one foundry in there that feeds two, and then the foundry next to it feeds two, and it's directly in a row like that. Excuse me. So that's how we'll do it here as well. Or smelter, not foundry. Actually, I don't know if there's smelters or foundries in there. I don't know. But anyhow, this is how we're going to do it. Now, the one thing I got to take in consideration with this is going to be the input ore and the output. So the outputs are going to, the input will be fed on that side, obviously, and on that side. The output will have to run at a lower level to get to the constructors. All right, so we're going to tie these in. And then the other thing that, well, because these are tying into constructors. I believe constructors and, no, constructors, they actually have a larger footprint, I believe, than these. So the belt runs for the constructors are going to get a little bit more interesting. In that the constructors widthwise take up one entire cell or foundation block. So these belts here are gonna slowly be getting skewed over as it goes down, which that's fine. That's why we have that underground floor thing. So I'll get these in place. And make sure they're connected to the right one, because otherwise this is not going to do anything. Oh, I need one on the very end. All right. All right. So then we're gonna need our feed. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. Right up on it. And the split for this, like I said, since we are flooding the belt somewhat with more ore than it needs, we're not going to do any sort of loop back splitting. And I'm gonna have to go get some more material here shortly. Let's see if we got enough material if I have to do another trip back home. Alright, so yeah. Alright, we're gonna make a trip back home. Get some more of that. Let me drop off some stuff here. Alright, what do we got in this one here? We'll drop off that and drop off that for the moment. Modular frames, no. Go drop. Actually, we'll put that back on its original stack. Oh, there's the wood. I was wondering where that was. And also, we don't need any copper ingots, so go get rid of those. This guy here, cable, go drop those off, go drop that off, go drop that off for the time being. Motors and rotors, go drop those off, along with that and that. Alright. Let's see here. Plastic and rubber and that and this and that will go in here, right? Cool. And then put these back the moment, put that back and go put that back for the moment. Let's go get some another half stack of concrete, half stack of plates. Good on that wire. Good on that. We could get some more, bring some more rubber and plastic over. And good on iron rods. Right, so we'll go get some plastic, rubber, concrete, and iron plates. Okay, and screw it. So I wonder, since we're not running oil right now, we might actually get no, another train beat me to the reservation. No, it didn't. It just although looks like all right, we're gonna cheat here. No braking. I'm driving. I'm driving. Drive. No, nope. Hello. When I turn off auto drive, I expect to get immediate control. The quartz can wait a second. This is where it could get a little tight. Well, actually, well, no, because nitrogen's not running right now, so this shouldn't be an issue. Although this next corner here could be tight. All depends if there's a return. Okay, go ahead and brake for a minute. Let me look at the map, see if, yeah, there's a bauxite train coming. We'll let him pass, then we'll go. Because don't need to do a head-on collision. That's, that wouldn't be a good thing. Alright, so now we should get the, oh. Oh, here's hoping. Okay, good. Because that was the, this guy, okay, good. He's still on his, oh shit, oh show. That could have been ugly. We almost had a head-on collision inside the whatchamacallit there. That would have been funny. Alright, and so don't have to worry about nitrogen, so I can just, that big guy, let it take us in the rest of the way. Alright, so I said plastic, rubber, concrete, and iron plates. I gotta love the autosave freezes. And actually what we'll do is, we're not going to get a half rack. We're going to go ahead and we'll grab one, if only the trains held 48. That would be so nice. Excuse me. Well, we don't need that much plastic and rubber though, so. But I'll grab a full inventory stack of concrete. And we'll actually go ahead and take. And then we'll do the same thing with the iron plates. Because I will need the concrete and iron plates in the long run over here, just because, or over the other site. What the hell is this? What? Okay. What in the world was that going to? I'm scratching my head on that. Oh, that's right. I think, wait. No. What the hell was that going to? Now I'm confused. Because those would have been going, well, I mean, that could have been a down. I have no, okay. This is a splitter. What would you have been splitting? Oh, you know what? I bet you were splitting. I bet you were splitting this. Yeah. You were splitting. I reran that line there. But I think you were originally taking ingots for. Okay. Yeah, I'll clean that up later. Just leaving random disconnected conveyor belts everywhere. And you know what, we're also going to take a little side deviation here after I get the train loaded. And what we're going to do is we'll grab some material to expand out the storage at our supercomputer factory, because it's about to get, if it hasn't already gotten overflowed, it will be getting overflowed shortly. So we got an entire wall that we can put storage units down. So we'll go ahead and just line it with storage. Might as well, right? Alright, so we'll go ahead and take 2 full containers here, or as much as we can. Because when we do go to seal up the other one, I said we'll need this. All right, and this stuff here, go ahead and put that, and gonna grab me a stack of this. We're gonna go put into, we're gonna put all this in a storage. We'll come back and grab another stack of rubber, put that in the warehouse. Just I need to replenish my warehouse. And we got to decide what we want for the hard drive, because I got a hard drive waiting to be decided. I guess we'll decide on that now, so I can use the next hard drive. All right, so go ahead and all right, and we got what else? This goes in there, and then this. That and that go in there. My power slugs go in here. And let's just see here. Which one of these do I want to make? Because I've already got this going. So the difference is you need rubber and aluminum casings and circuit cards versus a computer. So this guy here is, so the current recipe gives us silica. I mean, this doubles the production. So 240 out versus 120 out. That's 20. But in doing that, it requires 200 water versus 180 water. Still, that's okay. And it requires 200 bauxite versus 120 bauxite. So it requires less bauxite, requires more water. And actually, I mean, you don't have to change. You wouldn't have to change anything as far as the whatchamacallit's concerned, and no machine changes. It's using the same ingredients. It's just a different ratio. So all that would mean is you'd have to potentially get more water extractors. You know what, we can go with this one. All right. We're not going to use that at our location there. Although, you know what? Oh, son of a gun. Because we were basing... Let me think here now. No, we're not changing the damn recipes. Or changing it, damn it. That recipe there, and thinking about it, with 720 bauxite, let me see here. So again, so this would use this uses 200 bauxite versus the 100, but we get double out. So the 4. So if I had 720 bauxite, I could do 3 refineries at this, and then 1 refinery at that, and I would get out 720, 820, 840. I get 840 of that solution out. But now in doing that, I lose silica. So I'd have to get more silica from a refinement, or from a quartz, which that's not that big of a deal. That's, I mean, I'm not changing my base over there. I'm just looking to see how this would how this could play. Because ultimately, again, I would be getting, like I said, 840 of the alumina solution. So I would just get a little bit more out of it. Because based on the input. Now granted, nothing says I couldn't boost the bauxite rate. Which actually the bauxite rate is boosted already, but no, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. You know, had I thought about that and seen that beforehand, maybe, because that would potentially get us a little bit more in the end, get us a couple more heat sinks, or yeah, basically give me some more heat sinks so I could get some more cooling systems made. But I'll be fine with the amount of cooling systems I'm about to make. All right, so we're gonna go swing down here, grab some get some. One of these containers has rubber. Yeah, this guy here. We'll go ahead and grab that and grab that. Throw all this into the warehouse. And there's something else I'm thinking about doing up here. Not sure how it's gonna work, but it'll be interesting to mess around with it. All right, cool, perfect timing. It just emptied out. All right, so now what we're gonna do, I've got some, actually, I got these here. Go ahead and pick these up, and we're gonna take all of this. That's enough to make some storage. I'm gonna need, go ahead. I'm gonna need some iron rods, I believe, right? Not for that, but for that. I'll pull a stack of concrete and then pull a stack of plates off the train. And I need to do a conveyor path for our storage. Also, I'm going to do a quick check here. How are... It's is it not this train? Which train is it? That's the water train, which is it, oh no, this is the train. What's our output rate still at? Well, our output rate ain't shit right now, which is good. We actually have an overage of control rods, so that's a good thing. 'Cause I'd rather have an overage of that than our nuclear power relying or waiting for that. Yeah, I think I haven't been over to look at the nuclear power. I mean, I know that the nuclear power has been stable. No fluctuations with respects to none of them dropping offline. So that means, well, we did have an overage of fuel rods, so to each of the reactors. But let me see, is there a telephone pole up here? Yeah, let me just take a look at this telephone pole. Just make sure there's no surprises. So no, we're solid, stable. Now that I understand why this keeps on fluctuating above what I'm producing, that's the reactive braking from the trains putting power back onto the line. All right, I think, yeah, we idled out over here. Don't worry, we will be addressing that. We have this entire beautiful area over here of storage we can do. This guy here is going to feed into that, and then we'll reverse the belts going that way, and then the belt will come out from here. Should be enough room to run along that glass, that is if I can get around the glass. And then we're gonna put a nice row of storage right here, because I have all this empty space, so might as well. However, let's start on this side so that we can make sure it's going the right way, and we'll give ourselves a little bit of room away from the window in case I want to, you know, just walk around and take in the view. We have no plans for these yet, but, you know, might as well get them built. And just sitting in the storage that I can come to and get later. That's right. Let me see here. I can still. Nah, we'll just take it to that far. I think that'll be enough for storage, right? And let me just make sure that they all snapped properly. All right, cool. Now let's go ahead and get the interconnects. These interconnects are backwards. How are these interconnects backwards? Hold on. What? Why are you facing the wrong way? Because of you, you jacked up the entire line. I tell you. Okay, so blue to orange, okay. Orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, and lastly blue. All right, so it's like something just seemed off with that when I was doing those belts. All right, that's better. Now interconnect on this side. Now, I'm gonna move this guy here, and he is actually gonna go up here. Damn it, I forgot to get, okay, well, actually, no, I don't need it. Oh, I am gonna need it. Damn it, I thought I forgot to stop by the damn it. I forgot to stop by and get concrete and, whatchamacallit, from the train. No, you know what? No. I was gonna take from this thing here, but I'm planning on building a walkway of sorts at some point. And originally I was looking at possibly sending a train down there to get the supercomputers. I mean, I don't know if that would actually be necessary. I'll probably just end up building a, a conveyor belt. Then again, if they introduce rain into this, you know, maybe I'll send a train down there just to keep the computers dry, you know. Or we could really be lazy, like we were on the batteries for the drones, and just have a drone pickup. And actually, you know what? That may be a possibility, because I'm not using all 4 of my delivery drones. I'm only technically using 2 of them. One on plastic and one on rubber. So I could change it around and have a drone be used for outgoing. That's a possibility. Alright, so now let's go ahead and do a semi-nice belt run. You know. All right, so this guy here, and we're not go exactly against the window because, you know, that it, again, if I want to walk by the window, at any point in, you know, if I come down here and revisit again. All right, so that should drain this out relatively quickly because on stacks of 50, oh, well, it's not gonna drain nothing out because I gotta flip my belt around. Well, I forgot about that because this was set up for a different orientation. All right, so now we'll run the top belt on this. And then there we go. So again, that should drain these storage units out. Yeah, well, these things are backed up also. Well, they were. Yeah, I love that. I mean, hey, the production planner works as far as what the website said it would do, and all that. And I mean, I'm getting my desired 4.5 computers a minute. All right, and you know what? I don't need these extra supercomputers on me. So really, I only picked up 8 off all those belts I took away. All right, no, I didn't. I took up 58. Okay. All right, so anyhow, that'll give us, I don't know, computers, storage for quite some time. All right, let's go ahead back to the let's go back to our cooling system factory that we're working on. Now that that's done. Oh, actually, no. Before we do that, the other hard drive finished up, so let's go take a look at that real quick. Because who knows? Maybe that has an alternate recipe for a heatsink or a cooling system that, you know, I could use before I build that part of the factory. Because after I build the part of the factory, I'm not going to go back and redo it. I doubt it, but I don't know if there are any alternate recipes for those. I really haven't looked. See, are we at the point of syncing anything yet? Not quite there on that one yet. How are you guys looking? Because I haven't... So you are in the back half, okay, and you're starting to fill up the upper half now, because I know the lower half is completely full, right? Yes, other than that one there, because that's going to remain empty until this guy here fills up. So we're now working on number 3. And how many do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 14 full on the, well, 13 full on the bottom. 2, okay, so yeah, we'll have plenty of those fused modular frames to use for whatever the hell they get used for in the future. All right, let's see what this hard drive gave us. Hopefully something good. Don't care about that. Aha, see? That's a heat sink. That heat sink uses... Okay, so I still need those sheets. I still need those, no I don't. I need... See, this could change things. This could... okay. So... That also changes. So I need to get rubber in for that. All right, so let me see here. All right. Okay, so it's this here. That's a 3-to-2 ratio. Okay, actually, you know what? God damn it. Do I have enough material to make a constructor? I need a constructor real quick. Let me get material to build a constructor just so I can visually see numbers. So what do I need for a constructor again? Cable, so grab a cable and reinforced iron. R, reinforced. Keep on going, down to the R's. There we go. I did get it right? Yeah, okay. Let's just take a quick look here. As I can tweak this possibly. All right, so the recipe for this takes 90 ingots in. All right, so I'm producing roughly 720 ingots. Okay, so 720 ingots, you know, by 90 would give me 8 machines. 8 by 60 would give me 48. Right, so if I got 48 of these things, come on, autosave, you're killing my calculations here. All right. I think that was an alternate recipe for an assembler. Let me get a rotor. Actually, let's make sure. Was it a rotor or excuse me? Oh no, I haven't selected it yet. That's why. Okay, then in that case, use the wiki, because the wiki shows me the right stuff. Alright, so the alternate for that is 30 and 30. Give me 10. Alright, so this here in total, if I have 8 of these, will give me 4. So based on the input of 720, that'll give me 8 machines. 8 machines will give me 480 out. So 480. I wish this damn 480. The alternate recipe uses 30 casings a minute. So divide that by 30. Will give me 16 machines, which will give me, and each machine does 10 out a minute. That'd be 160 heat sinks out versus 142. Going this route, I get rid of the copper. So all that copper foundry shit I'm about to run, that goes away. Which I like. Now, thing is, it requires 480 rubber. And that's the one thing I need to take a look at. How much rubber is the rubber plant actually making? I know I got a warehouse full of it, but it's 20. 17, 18, 19, 20. But that's all plastic. So the rubber is the same output rate. So I'm technically making 400 rubber, which would be beyond what I need, or which is not, excuse me, not beyond. It's because I would need shit. Where did the recipe go? Oh damn it, not that. I need 480 rubber for that. Now, if I overclock, well, no, I can't overclock because I've actually already overclocked the miners for that. So they're already triple overclocked, so I'm not going to get any more juice out of those. Now, I do have the oil over here that I was going to save for something else. And so it is 60, a 120, a 60, and a 120. So 260s and two 120s. That's normal without being overclocked. So if I did a triple overclock on that, that would give me what? 300, 181, no. Is that right? Here we go to 90. I think it's 2.5. I just can't. My brain just, I cannot think right now. So the two normals would go up to 300 each, which would give me 600. And then each of the so in total I'd actually get 900 because the two impures would go to 150 each, so that would be a combined 300, and then the two normals would go to 300 each, which would give me 600 between them plus the 300, so that would give me 900. So 900, the crude rate for the rate for that, so if I'm pulling 900 oil, right, 600, 300, 900, 900 oil, divide that by 30, oh, 30, okay, 30 by 20, that gives me 600 rubber. And I actually need rubber in two places here. I need rubber for this, being 480. And then I need rubber on the blenders also, which initially was based on 132 heat sinks. However, but see, I need more rubber because with 132 heat sinks, I need 144 rubber. But I could take some, with the 600 rubber I'm getting, I can still do a drone feed for the remaining rubber. Unless, let's just take a quick gander here in the area. Let me look at the research or resource nodes. There's no crude oil nearby. What about, I've never messed with the geysers. No, well, yeah, there's no geysers nearby, but we can still fly in some rubber from the plastic rubber manufacturing. Okay, so we can do it that route. All right, so now if we're gonna change, if we're gonna go that route now, how does that change the cooling system? Let me see, what recipes do I have for the cooling system? Just the one? Okay, so just the one. All right, so if I base this now off of updated, what did I say? Oh shit, damn it. Let me look at this again. So if I go the alternate route, so wait, hold on a second here. Now I just completely, I should have been putting this down as I was going along. All right, so we're going to take 720 ingots, and the casing is a 3 to 2. So if I got 720 of those, we divide that by 90, which gives us 8 machines, and then okay, so that's 8 constructors to get us 8 times 60 will get us 480 casings. The 480 casings would tie, so 480, divide that by 30 for the alternate recipe, we get 160 heat sinks via 16 assemblers. Now those 160 heat sinks then would go into, so 160 heat sinks, divide that by 12 would be 13, because we would round it down for this portion. 13 blenders. All right, so now using 13 blenders, okay, so just the 13 by 12 means 156 heat sinks. Wow, I'm glad I know how to type. I completely butchered that word. 156 heat sinks, 156 rubber. Now 13 by 30, 390 water. So I would have to add another water extractor, not a big deal. And then 13 by 150 is 1950. 1950 nitro gas. And as far as the nitrogen is concerned, I'm pulling in, or will be, once I actually get that train up and running, 3,000. So I'm good on that. So the rubber, 156 rubber, and I'm going to make 600. We'll make 600 rubber. I'm going to use 480 of it for the heat sinks. So 600, and then the 480. So that gives us a remainder of 120. So technically, I can have the drone bring over. The drone's not going to bring over just, you know, the remaining 36. The drone's going to bring over a full stack, but it'll get backed up, and so the drone won't be you know, bringing anything extra over, so we can do that. So all right, it looks like that's gonna be the new plan then. So it looks like oil is gonna get used after all, and I'm gonna need 12 crystals for overclocking. All right, so that's gonna be the change now. All right, so good news is we already have, you know, oil's already been tapped and set up. I just need to now gotta overcharge it. I'm gonna need. Right, well, if I'm gonna do that, I didn't put down how many refineries I need for this. Okay, let's back this up. And let me get my refinery numbers. Alright, so we're pulling in 900. Theoretically, we'll pull in 900 oil. For the rubber, it's 30 per. So brother, this is gonna get. Well, I guess we're gonna have a line of refineries, and not over there, or it's not over yet, because I also got the heavy oil residue, which I gotta basically get rid of as well, which that there's easy, but it's just another pain in the ass. So I guess the question is, do I go through all this trouble to get an extra, what do I actually get out of this in the end? So I said 13 blenders, so 13 by 6. So do I do this all for an extra 12? An extra 12 cooling systems? You know, I don't know if it's, I don't know if I want to go and do that, quite honestly. I'm not using this copper for anything else. And then this way I can use that oil for making that fabric like I planned. And you know what I could do with this? Because I have a whole bunch of, well, that takes rubber though. I mean, I don't need, because right now, well, you know, I guess, okay, so the question is, the current recipe that I have, or that I'm actively using, actually I don't even know which one I'm actively using, because this here, if you're, is a natural, well, a semi-natural byproduct, it has to get turned into that, that there, So that's 5 per minute. It's a slower rate of production. 5 per minute. But and it, let me see, 5 per minute would be 30 rubber, 45 of that petroleum coke. So 30 rubber versus 7.5 by 4. So that's what, 15, 30, so same amount. 30 rubber, 30 plastic. Same amount there. Because you get the same output from the refineries. The only difference on the output when you make rubber and plastic is how much of the crude you get. Because for rubber you get that amount, and then I believe for plastic you actually get a higher amount out for the what you call it. Let me see here. No, so you get a higher, you get more of the heavy oil residue out when making rubber than you do for plastic. And that oil residue is used for that. So same amount of refineries needed to make plastic and rubber. So let's see, 30 and 30, so that'll be 3 refineries essentially, let's just say. So that would be double the recipe. The 30 refineries would get you essentially 60 product. Because you get rid of the copper in place of that. 3 refineries for rubber. Let me see here. 3 refineries for rubber would give you a total of 60. That heavy oil residue out. That heavy oil residue then 60. So it takes 40 to get you 120. So theoretically 60 would get you 150. But still 120 of this, and you need 45. So you'd have enough of this. You'd have over what you need. So I don't know. That's a toss up here. I'm gonna go with this, but we're not gonna use it. Not right now. Oh, okay. Well, why are you all over there all by yourself? Why are you in this gaggle with these guys? Are you the one carrying the nuclear waste? No? I know one of these guys has nuclear waste. It's, but I guess just far enough away. They're so cute. They remind me of, I don't know, combination of what do you call it? The long-eared rabbits, and then whatever the dogs are that have the really long ears, almost like a bloodhound or a basset hound or something like that. But like when they're puppies and they trip over their own ears. All right. So anyhow, we've got. I'm gonna leave those there. That's fine. We got what we came for, right? No, grab some more plastic. Take some more plastic and rubber over. So we're gonna go with the original recipe, just because I've kind of planned out for that, and so we're not gonna take a lot. We'll take like it's 5, 6, 7, 8 stacks of each. I got 4 there. 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Because we grabbed concrete and plates. All right, cool. And then go ahead and throw that in there. Go ahead and throw that in there. Let's throw some of that in there just because. I'll put you guys back in here. Oh, wrong one. Put you guys in there. And put you in here. All right. And we're gonna let the train auto drive, and while it's auto driving, I'm gonna grab me something more to drink. Take me to my station. All right, I'll be back in a few moments. Okay, so we are back here. Turn that thing off. All right, so what we're going to start making again? Oh yeah, so we're gonna working on the foundries for the copper sheets, right? And we're going to do that's the input line. That's an input line. The output was going to drop down a couple levels, one or at least one level. Go ahead and grab. Let's do this for a moment. Go ahead and put that in there, and go ahead and put that away for a moment. And we'll re-grab things here in a minute. And I brought those damn crystals over with me, and I didn't need to. Put that away, and put that away. And then I think I put the reinforced in that one. Yep. All right. Go ahead and we'll take all that. We're going to put those in there for a moment. Wrong way. All right. So go ahead and take all the concrete from this guy here and put it in this guy here. All right. And then go ahead and take all the iron from this guy here. We'll put it in this one. Take what you can, fill it in there, and then we'll just put the remainder on the train for now. And then, oh, did it again, wrong way. Take the remainder of that, put it in here, and then put the remainder, if you can, close, put on the train. All right, so we'll go ahead and take from the train first for our foundation that we're gonna have to build out. All right, so let's go ahead and build out our foundation here. So we'll go ahead and just fill in this area just because it's going to get filled in anyhow. So just get it out of the way now. Alright, let's send that over there. Oops. All right. So let's go get some, go get our conveyor belt sheets here. And we should be able to put the rest of this back on the train. Right? But do keep like 2 stacks worth. Alright, so go ahead and grab, actually I think I've got some, alright, put them over here. Grab 5 stacks of those. Went and got, I don't remember why I went over there to get that. I think I just went grab that just because. We're gonna need, let's see, that. Grab some pipes. Grab that, grab some of these for power. Let me just check here. Good. All right, so, and then, oh yeah, for splitters and mergers, good. Grab some cable. All right. Actually, go ahead and just do this. We'll fill it in later. All right, so these are going to be the inputs that are going to be going to do our splits on this side. Oops, wrong thing. So we'll do the splits on the top level. And actually, hold on. So we're gonna do this. Let me get this set up here. So grate and seam, so right there for that one. That's 2, then 1, 2 on that line there. 3, 1, 2 on that one there. 3, 1, 2 right there. 3, 1, 2 right there. 3, okay. And then go right there. No, not there. What am I doing? Right there. So that's 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. All right, so these are our spacers for where we're going to put this, our initial set of splitters. So we're going to stack these up to the ceiling. Make sure they are lined up, and then have orange on the outside. Now normally, so this layup needs 450. We're feeding at 480. So because we are overflowing it, I'm not gonna do the loop back. But if we only had, let's say 400, oops, that's facing the wrong way. If we only actually had 450, this type of splitting mechanic wouldn't quite work, in that it would overflow. It would push more product to one set of splitters, or one set of machines more than the others, and so we would actually loop back one of the splits so that it got redistributed more evenly. But in this case, we're not going to worry about that. All right, so now I can go ahead and bring all these straight down. And I just wish there was some sort of method that I could understand with how it puts these things in here and it turns them. All right, so then go ahead and do this side. It's like it alternates at every, you know, I click in there and it goes left, right, and I don't understand. Like I said, just understand the method and how it decides which way it's going to go. All right, so then what we're going to do is, like I said, we're going to overflow these belts. So what we're going to do here is we'll do our second splitter right in line with this one here, and another splitter. Normally I would actually have it go over on this one because of that, but we'll just put it in line with this guy here, and then we'll center the last one on that grate. That should be good there, and then we'll mimic it on this side just like we did over there. So a splitter on this set here, and then a splitter on this one here, and then on this guy here on the grate. All right, so in theory, all right, so that guy, oh, don't tell me all these are freaking backwards. No. What? Oh, don't give me that bullshit invalid shape. It's not, get off the damn belt. You're gonna make me push this back. Unflippin' believable. Stupid. Sorry. Now this is gonna upset me. There's no reason that shouldn't have fit. Good. Get rid of that. Get rid of that one. I mean, it will still automatically tie in, but I don't really see how that's... I don't know, never mind. I'm just bitching about it. It's not gonna change it, so. Alright, let's do this again. Alright, so we won't go exactly on it, we'll go one back from it. So that these belts don't have an invalid shape. And you gonna go this time? Thank you. And I hope the hell you're actually, that alignment line is giving me the right spot. Because I know that one's right. Because I don't trust it sometimes. Alright. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, good. Wrong spot. All right, so then said this guy here, right up on him. And then number 2 here, right up on him. And then now we're gonna run just off the seam on this guy here. All right. And then on the seam on you. All right, so now the belt's gonna properly connect. Okay, so that actually connects with that, which is good. I knew that would still connect, being back where it was. All right, so now let's see if these things are actually going to play nicely. So that'll connect. That'll connect. Make sure to connect to that. That'll connect. What the fuck happened there? I don't know what type of connection that was doing. But it shot that connection all the way over there. Alrighty. And then you go to that. No, wait. Yeah, you go to that one. You go to that one. You go in there. You go there. Alright. Now you tie to that. There's only going to be a double tie to that one. You go to this one. This guy here is going to tie to that one. And then hold on. Hold on. No. This goes there. And we're connected there, right? Yeah. Like so. All right. So I should have I mean, I suppose I could have also done it. Let me see here. Well, no, because there's our 2 down there. No, that's a 3. So 3, 3. I could have. It's not really going to make a difference. You know what? We'll go ahead and change this around. We'll go ahead and have you feed there. So this guy will do 2, you'll do 1, you'll do 2. The outcome is going to be the same. I mean, the belts are all going to get overloaded as it is, so but all these damn arrows appearing everywhere on this is just mind-boggling. Okay, you're gonna go straight. Alright, then you will tie to this guy here. You will tie to this guy here. This guy here will go to that. And then this guy here go to that. We just double check. Got belt connection there, good, and belt connection there, good. Okay. Now let's go ahead and get rid of these stacks and this, our alignment stuff. And we'll check the belts over here. So I got a belt there, so that's good. And got a belt there, so that's good. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and get this initially set up with power. Trying to figure out. So this is a foundry setup. So oh, I hope they, yeah. So let me go ahead and get the inputs set up here real quick. I just swore I set these up already. Because what we'll do is we'll get the wall set up on this and make sure these are all set up, and then we can go ahead connect its belts so that it can start basically filling up the machines and get the belts overflowed. All right. Oh, not there. Alright, so now let's go ahead and get our exterior up. That. See, that's what happens when you try to go into the. Come on, game. That's what happens when you try to. You lift yourself up, or you use a hover pack to jump or fly up, and go into the menu at the same, or into your build at the same time. You just keep on floating, and up, up, and up. All right, so we'll take you over to here. We'll do our door. Oops, whoa, hello. We'll do our door right there, I guess. I mean, we are going to go up too high anyhow, so that's okay. Because then what we can do is we can get our power ran on the edges or on the ceiling. I don't know how we're going to do this one. Doing power on the ceiling will be a little bit of a challenge with this one. Just because the ceiling has to be in place, and that means I'd have to be down here doing the shit, and that ain't gonna work. All right, so we got 15 of these, so we'll do we'll do them every 5. All right, so every 5 split on the 3, so that's there. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. And we're doing it above the gray. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Good there. All right, and then same thing over here. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. Okay. So now, go ahead and put our double there. Our double there. All right. So now, all right, so now, big. That'll fill these up on the inside, but the outer pole will be fine. Come on. And the next part's gonna be the fun part, setting up those assemblers. Come on, there you go. All right, so now let's go ahead and configure all these for copper. Let autosave. Did I set this entire row up, really? I didn't. I could have swore I didn't set all of them up. Here, let's do this. Easy way to find out. I must have, because I don't see any red. All right, so now we're gonna basically take this guy here. Where did that guy? Oh, that was the power I originally ran for the water extractors. That's right. All right, so this is going to be the belt. It's going to take the outside belt. And so run it on that line there for now. And then don't know if this is gonna, well, provided that guideline is correct. All right, I'm gonna hold off. We're not gonna connect it just yet. Okay, that's running on. Okay. That line there. Oop. Take it to this. I think that's the scene I went over there. And this one here is midline, right? Yeah, midline. Midline to this guy here, too long. All right, so this here, all right, so let me just do a quick belt check here. Make sure I see stuff flowing to all the belts. Well, that was unexpected. Oh, you know why? No, why? Did I? Let me make sure these are connected here, right? All right, so we need our input from the train. Because so this we may tweak on that train setup. Because, okay, so let's see how much this is pulling in. Because this should be pulling in twice as much copper than iron. Now before, because so the belts got backed up before. Because I didn't have anything going. That's 8, 7, or 6 just dropped off. See if his rate is the same. So 714. Let me look here. So with 6 and 7, doing a 480 on the. Did I do? Shit. I think I just double clocked it. Yeah, so I just double clocked it. So 480 on that plus the 240 gives us 720. So that's right around where it needs to be. All right, so let me go ahead and update this here. So nope, we're not doing that. The copper is 2 overclock. And same thing on 7. Oops. Ah, missed it. So we'll see how this sustains the how well this actually sustains the what do you call it? The foundries over there. It should be fine. Should. Theory. I don't trust that number, but let's see here. Because it's okay for if the belts empty out. Because in theory, again, this is all theory. The machines should have a backlog. Let's find out if the machines have a backlog. No, they don't. Okay, well, that's a problem there. Now let's go address that problem. Well, I wonder what the problem could be. I don't know. There's just something missing here. All right. Go. All right. These guys are all starting to get backlogged with ingots, which is fine. What I want them to do, let them get backlogged on the ingots, then they'll back up on ore. So that's what I want them to do, is to do that. All right, but it looks good now. All right, time to stop the smoke. Because it's tough to fly through smoke. Well, again, they're all going to idle out here in a second, so the smoke's going to go away for a little bit, but we'll still do this. That's a 1 meter roof. I want the flat roof. All right, and again, you know, how the hell did you zoop that way? Seriously, game. You know, was the roof slippery and it slipped out of my hands as I was doing this? Oh, no, I don't dismantle. All right, so we're gonna put our door in, because we will be coming in here to take a look at them later on, but for the time being, don't need that. All right, so now go ahead and do that one there, and that one there. Now, even though you see smoke over there, actually that may be coming out of the edge. But no, but as you get closer, the roof will actually, the smoke will fade. It's weird how it's I don't know. It's just weird how that is. But essentially, the reason I enclose these is really just to conceal the smoke. Because up close, you may catch a glimpse of smoke, but you know, you'll see maybe some smoke there, which is fine, but it'll disappear as soon as I get close. All right, so these guys here, it's in between train cycles. So we know that this guy here will idle out here in a minute. Now what I'm tempted to do here, I don't know. What I did on this, and I did this one a little bit differently. I think I'm going to change it. Do I have enough belt on me? Yeah. Oops. Actually, grab some more belt. What I did with this one here is, or I pulled that directly from the train. I'm actually going to change that. Yeah, I got enough for a merger. Yeah. The output will be at the same place. At least I should be able to get the output at the same place. We'll see. Because I don't know how happy I am with this. I mean, it's feeding. Let me see what the rate is again. 6 and 7. 785. Now granted, the 785, I mean, that's between the copper and the iron. This should be roughly the same. Well, 740. As long as it's, they said I'm doing 480, 680, 720. So it should be okay, especially once the belts get fully backed up. Because what I'm doing on this set here is the iron is actually, you know, doing its normal routine. But what I did is I took the copper feeds from the train and fed them directly into the belts, as opposed to pulling it from the whatchamacallits down there. But I could, I mean, it'd be I could technically go down there and grab the stuff down there if I wanted to. Because this guy would feed into that. So these two, I could technically run a belt back here and do some finagling to get it out. But this should be fine, pulling it straight from the train. This here is being backfed via other methods, so yeah, we'll go with that. I mean, if once we get into real production it dies, then we can or dies out, changes, you know, or doesn't give us our desired output, then we can change it. All right, so now we need to set up the assemblers. All right, so we're gonna do 3 rows of assemblers, and How many are there? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're gonna build 3 row of assemblers, slightly longer than this one here, because that has been the edge for the most part. But the way we're gonna do it is each pair of foundries in here. So there's 30 foundries in here. Each pair will go to 3 assemblers. And so I'm going to have essentially a triple row of assemblers, 15, 15, and actually, are we doing? Was I going to change it to actually 45, or are we still going to run 43? Oh no, I'm sorry. No, these are going to constructors, not assemblers. Okay, so constructors will actually won't extend that far. Yeah, so we're gonna go to 45 constructors. We're not. Then we go into assemblers after that. Then we get some reinforced iron plates. What is that? Sorry, that just. I don't know what that is. It just stands out as odd. What is that? Oh, that's a SAM ore. I don't care about that shit. I mean, the game's not telling me to harvest it and continuously trying to compel me to do that, so. Alright, so those were stored with the motors, which were stored here. Alright. Let me see here. That should be... Yeah, that's more than enough. Come on, you can get up there. Get up there. Okay. We are going to need some more power. That's for sure. As I'm going to definitely need to be floating around this area. All right, so the output of these constructors, well, because I'm doing 3 rows, we'll just do it a little bit differently. All right, so how far out? Well, I guess that's the first part I need to know. All right, so our belt line is on this here. All right, so we'll set them up on this one here. Right? No. Over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, that's actually good, because I'm trying to keep it, you know, on that half, so that's actually a good lineup for that. All right, so, and then, you know, here's the real shitty part about all of this, is these are facing the wrong way. Or no, go to wipe them out. Wipe them out. I should have been paying attention to that when I set it down initially. Damn you assemblers. Alright, try this again. Or constructors. orange on my side. There we go. And that's the thing we did right here, right? Too bad there's not a zoop for this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, now as far as the output's concerned, instead of going down into the ground here, we're actually going to do inline set of mergers. All right, I'm going to just for the time being. Here, let me put a power there, and put a power. No, I don't want to put a power on you. No, 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 no. Stop, stop. Right? God bless it. I'm just trying to get close enough so it. Right, so we're going to do an inline set of mergers coming this way for this output, because these here, what are we actually making here? I told you, copper sheets, that's what we're making here. So this is all going to be putting out 150 copper sheets, so the inline merger won't get overloaded. And we're going to scrunch it up, because this one will work on yellow, because I can feed a belt in there. So we'll do that on yellow. Too bad it doesn't auto connect on yellow though. All right, now go ahead and get our belts. All right, and now go ahead and connect. So, like I said, I got two choices here. I could have these come down. I could have the second set of constructors face this and basically just double up on the output, which again won't matter. But what I'm looking at is these are going to be being fed to the assemblers next. And I'm trying to think of how that. Let me think here. Screw it. We're going to do. Make sure orange is facing this way. We need to make sure we have room for the belt or for the pop-up. So technically that'll be enough room for the conveyor hole. See, this is where I wish I could literally copy and paste blueprint the particular layout. That would be so nice. All right, so we go ahead and do this also. So and even though it will work on that, I'm going to move it back one. Just, I don't know why. I know the conveyor belts work on yellow. Not 100%. I don't recall how well that one works on yellow, so I'll do this one on blue just to make sure. Because I've got the room. And this is going to be a different feed method for these anyhow. So it's not like I need a lot of room for splitters and sub splitters and then sub splitters. Because this is going to be done just like the something over there. Alright, now let's go ahead and drop our inline mergers. Blue to the left. Ooh, I'm gonna have just enough steel plates for this, I think. Wow. Nope, I'm gonna run out of steel plates. And I'm gonna run out of power. Here, give me some more power. Let's do that before we go get more steel plates, or iron plates, or ceramic plates, paper plates, home plate. All right. Okay, I think that was in the third one. Actually, I think we have some on here too. So here, go ahead and take a whole bunch from there. Let's see. And what else do I need for the constructors? Just make sure I've got enough. Got enough for that. Actually, that wasn't the problem. Problem was. So, got enough rods, and we got enough belts. Okay, that should be good for a few more minutes. 1 second. Itchy eye. All right. And technically, I don't need one there. So, actually do the insides first. Just make sure those are good. All right, now we connect these. All right. And then last set of them. So make sure you're facing the right way. And of course, I put that power line right where it will be in my way of aiming. Alright, so put you right on the seam, because I think that's how we started all these other ones, right? Right, alright, so last set of constructors. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Alright, looks like these all actually got built properly this time, and none of them are 6 feet off the ground. I'm still scratching my head on how that one happened. Alright, so go with blue. And then last set of inline mergers. Oh, excuse me. And of course, mess up the last one. All right, now go ahead and get the inner connection done. All right, now the main tie. All right, now we'll leave the output section alone for now, as far as the output of those, but we'll go ahead and try to get this configured, because this will, at least by putting these up here now, it'll lock in the lower half to the right direction, and I won't have to worry about accidentally having backwards belts, or backward belts. Backwards? Belts that are facing the wrong direction. Because these are doing a full connection, so I don't need to worry about running belts into them. Right? Right. I'll say this little setup here, oops, this little setup here puts the setup I've got at the main base making these same sheets to shame. But I think at my main base, I've either got only 5 or 6 assemblers doing the building the sheets. Then again, they're not being used for anything other than me and taking them for conveyor belts. So I kind of have a little bit of an overkill with them. All right, so there we go. Now comes the fun part. Actually, here, let's do this first. Let's go get everything. Let's get all these configured. And you know what? We're going to get you power to get power to you as well. You know, this way, I'll be surprised after I get everything hooked up and I'll see shit flowing. That one's done. Yeah, this is where the copy and paste function would be nice for setting machines up initially. I know you got a copy and paste function inside the machine, but that only works. That's really only beneficial for you know, setting up your overclocks if you want to copy your overclocks from one to another. But it doesn't help with the basic choosing your recipe, because especially when you're doing, you know, this is easy because copper sheets is right there. I don't have to scroll, but if I had to scroll down every time, you know, and I found out even if I like minimize this here, this actually minimizing this actually minimizes other things as well. So it's weird how it, I don't know, it minimizes the top component apparently on all your windows, or at least on certain windows. Let me see here. If I minimize that right now and I go to this and I type up, I don't know, copper. Well, actually that's a bad example. Does it minimize something before? I don't remember where it was. I don't remember. Damn it. Or maybe I was looking at another machine. It stays minimized there. If I go over to the assembler, and if I go to change the recipe on this, let me see. So it stays minimized on, you know, pretty much on all the machines. Don't know if that's what they intended or not. Alright, so those are all set now. Let's see, how do we want to do power for these? Yeah, I'm gonna grab me something to drink and think about this for a minute. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, so what I'm gonna do is this. Let's see. Turn yellow. Right there. Find that magic spot. Nope. That's on 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Of course, I could put this on the conveyor belt as well. That's okay. There's plenty of room for the ceiling. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so now go ahead and upgrade all these to Mark II. And now it's too bad they don't have these where they could we can daisy chain where you can daisy chain the assemblies, like you can daisy chain the lights. That'd be kind of nice. Alright, so get these initially hooked up, and then I'll tie up holes in together. That was a miss. And the only reason we're doing it at this level is because of how high we're actually going to have the roof in this factory. Because normally the roof would be a lot lower, but because we're letting the refineries stay inside the building, you're going to have a higher roof. Which actually, because there's another science experiment I will be messing around with later on. Well, actually, I don't know how much of it's a science experiment versus just pure comedy. All right, so tie you into that, and then all these are going to tie down. Where's it at? There it is. All right, then these three will tie into in like that, or not. All right, never mind on that. Excuse me. Nah, you know what? Screw it. We'll just run three power lines from the wall. All right, so the first line is where are we at? The first line will roughly be on this seam here. And then the second line will be roughly on this seam here. And then the third line will be roughly on this seam here. All right. And Alright, so everything's yellow. Okay. Now what that means is we can go ahead and get rid of you. Get rid of you. And we can get rid of these guys here. And so our new float will tie into this for future floating poles. Now, carefully remove these middle guys just so they're out of the way and gone. And I could have also just tied into one of these. I could have just tied into this building here also if I really wanted to, but eh. I can get rid of this set of poles here as well. They're no longer needed. Alright, so now those things are powered up. All the holes have been positioned. So the outputs from these things, now this is where it's going to get a little, you know, not as clean as I would like it to be, but it'll do, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and get ourselves some more foundation here. All right, so those three there, cool. And just go ahead and throw me some more foundation this way. And go ahead and get rid of this thing here, because this was initially put up for the water extractors. Before I reran it to go on the ceiling below it. Because we have that power there that's feeding the water extractors for the moment. Alright, so now the way this is going to work out, we're going to run this. We're going to run this at level 2. So yeah, and let me see here. Let me think. So the center poles will do a direct connect to the mergers or splitters. The outsides will curve into it. So what I'll do is I'll put an alignment hole on the ground, step it back, put the merger or put the splitter back one off of the alignment hole, This way it gets the belt turn that I want. And then after the splitters are in place and the belts for these things are ran, then it's gonna be the fun run from the foundry sets. Because they're not directly in alignment with one another. Alright, so now comes the fun part here. Alright, so everything's right on the edge seam, so that's good. So now I just gotta, so you're center lined, so center line on the seam, so right there. Actually, this is not gonna be as difficult as I thought, because I forgot constructors are equal distance on their positioning. So put these down first just so I can make sure to position the splitters properly without having to take wild guesses and mess up. All right, so now the splitter is going to go not on it, but it's gonna go that's gonna be a problem. Because I did not take that into consideration. Let me see something here. Alright, so we're gonna have to rethink our splitting mechanic here. Alright, this is gonna be weird, but that's gonna be par for the course for this. So we're going to change this around. Because all right, so now these guys are now going to face that way. Yeah, we got to take into account the belt bend. So the feed belt will still come on the same side, which is on the left side from this perspective. And it's going to go in between this guy and the middle guy. So I can actually go ahead and go here. I can still do, we can still do this, so because that's not gonna hurt. And basically Or actually, I could have done it there too. Okay, well, let's just take a look here. We'll look at both options. See which one I like best. That's on the outside, so that's there. All right, so because of what we're doing, we can actually put it right on top of this now. All right, this guy here is now, either method we do, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to face outward like that. This guy here on this new method be like that. Let's see how this, let me see which method I like better. So he's going to feed that, and in theory this should give me that. I appreciate the work, man. Hey, it's a start. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay, so we're gonna go with that method. And the good thing about coal is it's reliable. You don't have any waste products to worry about. Granted, it doesn't give you much. I mean, I think that's what, 75 per coal plant. But you know, it's a good start. Auto save. Alright, so let's go ahead and, as we're gonna go that route, we can go ahead and have these come down and position these, and then we can, and I'm actually shocked on this is actually turning it the exact way I want it to go without me having to rotate it. Alright, so then this guy here is now I can place, and I'll get rid of the alignment holes here in a minute, and then we'll redo alignment holes for that thing there. Nope, nope, nope. Get rid of you. No auto snapping, please. Alright, so now we got that set up. Go ahead and get rid of these alignment holes. Now, I don't know. I don't think it works this way. We'll do a test just to validate. No, it doesn't work that way. I mean, it'll fit, but I have to manually do the belts anyhow, so I don't know why I just deleted that. But we'll have these auto connect. This way I know for a fact that it's connected and I don't have to worry about missing a belt. Alright, so let's go ahead and put down our alignment things, just so I can make sure to get the splitters positioned in the right spot. Last one, okay. And I hear something like howling or screaming out in the desert. Don't know what it is. I'm guessing it's more, I think it's probably just ambient stuff that they put in the game. Alright, so want the orange on the right. Although it is directional. I mean, it almost seems like it's directional, so I'm wondering if there's like I wonder if it's maybe one of the birds. Oh, and then I guess we gotta double stack them. Make sure double stack stays on the right. Alright, so now go ahead and bring this down and connect it in. That's off. All right. Now just finish hooking up the belts. So that, you know, we'll do all these belts first, just because. And just fly backwards on them. All right, now take that guy and plug him into that guy. Then we'll go through and get rid of the lower splitter. I mean, this is not my preferred splitting method by far. But considering the circumstance on the spacing, it looks uniform and neat-ish. You know, it's not, we don't got shit going all over the place, so I'll take it. I'm going to pick these up as well. All right, so all the machines upstairs for the foundry, or smelters, I should say, excuse me, they should be 100% filled up on ore and capped out on ingots as well. So we're gonna have a mass belt drain here as soon as I start doing this. So we're gonna start with the one on the far end here and basically work one at a time, because as we go down the line, the belts are going to have to ah, shit, didn't even, no, that, hold on, let me see something here. You know what? I'm gonna let that one go. I will. You know, I don't have a choice in it because it ain't gonna fit otherwise. So I'll let that minor little clip go. But yeah, we're gonna start on this side here first. We'll run one at a time. If I can get this thing to actually position. Come down to level 2. This here is going to be the... Alright, let's do this. Let's do our initial feed on all the belts out to here. Just because. Now, if I wanted to truly avoid any sort of clipping here, what I could do is I could alternate these between levels, you know, between level 1, 2, and 3. But like I said, that little thing there, I'll live with that. I mean, yeah, it's just adding support so it doesn't collapse. Yeah, that's it. And then this guy here. All right, so now. So what line are you on? You are on this line here. All right. One down. A lot more to go. Now. Let me see here. It all depends. Will you turn this way? You will. Okay, so does that mean you'll go, are you clean? I can't see. All right, that's straight, okay. Good to go on that. All right, so you are, each one of these are offset. So your line is off the grate. And actually, you know what, buddy? You're going to move. Sorry. Oh, nope, don't destroy the foundation. Ah, God bless. Um, which line are you on? You are. That line is throwing me off here. Okay, so are you center lined? Yeah, look at the ceiling. You're center lined. I don't need you guiding me to that there, machine. Move it down one more. The center line, okay. Kind of regret putting all those out there like that now. Center line, turn to back to. There. All right, now for you. Oh, they're so congested in here. That looks goofy as all hell. That will not fly. Let me see here. I just need the belt needs to come out to, I think, there. In order to make the turn. Alright. Alright, so this is our line. So at least we got a line established now. So we know where the turn's got to be. You're on center seam. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a whole bunch of that. You know what? That's all fine. All right. Will you? What will you do with that? You're gonna become something goofy as well. All right, that's okay. We'll put a. All right. All right, now things are going to get a little tighter here. It's kind of, well, because these are coming from the foundries. That's also why. But it's, all right, so you are running on that edge there. And I'm just trying to, so that edge. All right, that's his, so now. Okay, so that'll actually give me a bend that there. Good. But now we're slowly going to be getting closer and closer to the actual whatchamacallits. You're on center line. And so center line on the seam. No. All right, cool. Let's see here. Because you will go a goofy turn. I don't want that turn. So you are on the grate. That'd be all fine and good if you were at the right height. So that should actually just rerun it entirely. That should give us, nope, one more back. I could see already that was off. So lines up with the front. And then, no, if I wanted you to be a weird S-curve thing, I would have designed you that way. All right, so now, yeah, this could get, well, they will all get ran. It just, some of them may get ran a little bit differently the closer we get to the edge here. All right, so you are running on one off the grate. Okay, so on that line there. Nope. Because one off the grate. And now come forward two. There we go. And then you are on that side of the grate. And right there. Now I could, and I don't know if it really matters if I do it or not, because it's not like it's gonna save any real room. I could have it like zigzag sort of inward, but it's still gonna get hit. Let me see here. Yeah, because even if I have it zig in, because let me see, because I got a lot more to go. Let me just, let me see something here. This one here really can't zigzag in. Actually, maybe it can. Let me see here. So if we do, I don't need to be going for a ride on the belt. What the hell? No, because that will. Oh yeah, that's the wrong spot. Actually, that won't even turn. Now I could. Let me see here. Let's see what that does. And then that would come. No, you'd have to go on that there. So that would clip that. So that one I really can't do much for. As far as it having a nice turn, let me just see out of curiosity. What? Because that there clips through the whatchamacallit, and I don't want that. However, let me just see out of curiosity. Put it on that line there. Because that could give us a little bit more, a little bit of room to work with there. But now what if, so what is my turn angles on that? That's a 45. That's 45 wouldn't be good there. All right, but let's see here. That guy's going into this one here. Let's just try to get it some, try to save a little bit of space here, because every bit's gonna help. All right, so this is running on center line, okay. So center line, bring that, come down to, let me see what type of clip this looks like. If it's just, that's, I can work with that. Now, I mean, I'm just trying to squeeze every little inch I can out of this damn thing. All right, so that's the proper line there. This one here, I think, is going to get a little bit closer. We'll see if I can do that one. If not, we'll move it over one more. Let's see what this looks like. That's too much. So just move it over one segment. All right, and then here back. Let's do this. Just get this out of the way now because come on, get on the right side. That side. All right. This guy here, center line, or on the seam, I should say. All right, so that guy there. Let's see how much over we can move it. 1, 2. So that, I don't think so. Well, if you would target this side now, so move it up one, so closer to the grate. All right, and then this guy here. All right. Next guy. That is just off the grate. So on that line there, 1, 2, that's a no, so put it right there then. Yeah, because the other one. All right, so now you. Jesus, I cannot. There's so much shit in here. I'm just. Well, hook up to that side, please. Thank you. All right. So I do see a pattern here. So based on that pattern, it's going to be. The next one will be on the grate. And so All right, you are center line, okay. So center line on that, on the grate, come over to. All right. And see, it showed me an alignment pole, and you know, here's an idea game. Don't show me the alignment pole unless it's aligned actually on something, because that there is not aligned on anything. Oh man. All right. You know, maybe it would have been easier just to do a a normal merge and split, as opposed to what I'm going through on this. All right, so this one here is going to be on this line. What is your center line? Your center line is just off the grate. All right. 1, 2. Let the autosave go. All right, and then well, we may actually be able to fit all this in there. I mean, it's not the prettiest of setups, but well, it'll be satisfactory. All right, what are you on? You are on that. All right, so 1, 2, and then all right. So I think it's safe to say that this will always actually be good. Based on how much room I'm working with here. All right, cool. So I can go ahead and just tie those over. All right, now this guy here, go to that. Cool. So 3 more. All right. So go ahead and go ahead and drop these down. All right. So you are running off the grate. So off the grate. 1, 2. You are running center line. So center line, 1, 2. You are running just off that grate. 1, 2. So in theory, this should work for these. I could see what I'm doing here. They'd work even better. All right. Now you go to that one. You go to that. No. Come on. Well, that was, you know, fugly's a nice word to put it mildly for this, but it's functional. Let's go get rid of all this crap now. I mean, once I figured out the the pattern for the layout, this was actually quite easy. Now let's go upstairs. We're just gonna pop a hole here and go upstairs. All right, so I see green lights on everything. That's good. Now, what I'm looking for is, well, basically this thing here needs to cap out at, I think copper sheets are 200. But what I'm kind of really looking for here is this here. Now we will be flooding the belt. Now for this here, we are actually the copper sheets, or I'm sorry, from the constructor to a copper sheet perspective, it is a 1-for-1. Well, not 1-for-1 exactly, but technically there's no overage between this to this. So if we were to start out fresh, had no ore, no ingots backed up, these should operate technically at 100% from the start. Now granted, I'm intentionally flooding the belts here. So I'm gonna let these all get backed up, and then these will back up, because it's not really no big deal if it does or not. But I'm happy with these. All right, so now what's gonna happen, our next assembly point, and that will be on the next session, but our next assembly, or part of the factory, is to take this set here, which are our aluminum sheets, merge them with the copper sheets via a set of 19 assemblers, which I need to figure out how I want to do that, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is 12, and that's about as far over as I want to go. So I'm probably going to do a 10 and a 9. Yeah, actually, let me see here. Because I changed this around, because these here copper sheets, we got 450 copper sheets coming in. Oops. I don't remember what that does. Okay. Sorry, I've got a hotkey that I don't know what it does. So I got 450 copper sheets coming in. And then let me just validate how much I got coming in here. 30, 12, 24, so oops, 30 by 24 is 720. So now, from the assembler perspective, do I have enough to put in one assembler? I'm gonna get a rotor, and let me see here. Because I don't know what the assembler, I don't know what the aluminum sheet requirement is. I don't know if I can push it up to 20 or not. We're just gonna throw an assembler out here real quick. And this assembler is gonna be set up for, we're doing that heatsink versus that one. All right, so we need 37.5 a minute. All right, so 720 divided by 37.5, that's 19.2. So unfortunately I can't run 20 full assemblers, because that would give me a nice even number, as far as 2 rows of 10. So that's why we're running 19. In order to let me see, how much would I need? 37.5 times 20. So I need another 30 more sheets, which that's okay. I mean, I got the, well, yeah, I'm not gonna push my luck and try to do that. So we'll do 19. I'll keep as keep it just like the plan has, but that will be on the next session. So that's where we're gonna call it for now, and we will pick this up next time. So until then, have a good one.